Elden Ring. Back here again. So, while off stream like yesterday, yeah, yesterday, I remembered that there is a boss that I'm yet to finish fighting. Found him once, and then I just kind of ignored him. I think it was over here. Say I found him once. It's more like I found him and then attempted to kill him a couple of times and then got nothing. I got bodied a good couple of times. But that ends today, hopefully. Yep. Still spawns. Good to see. Excuse me? You just leave? Why? I was a little bit anticlimactic. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like a jerk. Is there a cave around here? Like, I feel like there would be. I think there isn't. Okay then. Well, feel scammed, but whatever, I guess. I get the feeling that thing's not gonna come back, like the dragon outside of Ranni's fortress. Yeah, no, he's gone. Okay. Bye, Felicia, I guess. Hmm. You the woman with one arm? You are. What's up?
Ah, we meet again. In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly, I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle.
Give Valkyrie's pros. Oh, hey,
Are you
here.
giving me this arm? Thank you. I am in your debt yet again. I think if the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again.
Ooh.
If the arm serves, it might be perhaps then. If it might be possible, perhaps then I can aid you in battle.
I just gave a woman a bionic arm. That's alright. So, Moose, you just unlocked a hidden boss encounter, JK. What, with the ancient dragon thing, or with giving her an arm? Wait. Oh, okay, I know where I am right now. I've already done that. Bird Tree Gazing Hall. Okay, so let me go back here, and then let me see if you're still down there. I just unplugged my headphones. Like a poor, sorry fool. I could never be the chosen undead. She is no longer there. Alright. I don't want to... No, I'm just gonna go over here and I'm gonna fight... What's his name? EX Margit. How hard could he be? He's just Margit again. What's the worst that could happen? What's up, Morgott? That is a new weapon, I think. Hey, get away from me. Okay, that's really nice. I did not realize he had the good old spin cycle. Let's do that again, this time without caring about my souls. Oh, I already activated that a long time ago. What did he say? No holy ahead, Lord ahead, seek victory. Why is it always weak folk? Get a load of this guy. Wait, what? I can summon Melina? How? Why? No rump. What? Oh wait, is he saying that Melina has no ass? Come on, man. Okay. Didn't quite expect that attack. Didn't think that he would just thrust me just like that. For the duration of this playthrough, you need to add a point redeem that is... I will do one jump attack. No! Why? I don't... People would just redeem... Well, I guess if I made it like a ridiculously expensive thing, they wouldn't, but... Ouch. Okay, you got a sidestep. Okay, alright. I don't like this. I don't like you, Morgott. Jesus. Without logical reason, you cannot, cannot be hit by that. I cannot be hit by what? I can't get hit by anything.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Not with shrivel vigor. Right. Cold water vigor. I bet him if he can beat the game with 20 or less vigor, I'd buy him a game. He hasn't leveled vigor once. Not at all. The logical reason knows that. He's been here before. Do that. Okay. This isn't funny. This isn't funny, Morgott. God frickin' infinity long stick with the sword in it. Alright. I'm getting a couple of the patterns down. I'm just kinda... I'm scared of what's gonna happen for second phase. Part of me wants to go back and try for double Crucible Knight again, now that I'm able to use this charm. This attack increasing charm. Maybe I should. Or maybe I should just explore Necron, since I know what's in there now. Because someone accidentally told me. Well, I mean, I don't know what exactly is in there, but I know it's changed. Oh my frickin'. Alright, Morgott. He gets my Prime sub already when it's available. Oh, nice! This isn't funny, Morgott. Alright. We're good. You ain't got that much health. I just gotta find the opportunity to hit you. I couldn't see that attack. He spits in the face of ease and I'm here for it. Thank you. You get it. You understand me. We're not so different, you and I. What does that say? Offer fingers? Liar ahead. You mean offer finger? Oh, he's asking for help. I see. Tarnished furled finger. I get you. You know, part of me thinks that I should help people with some bosses sometime. Put down my summon sign. Still haven't done that at all. That guy is naked. Alright, dude. I hate how delayed some of your attacks are. You did that way later than I thought you would. 1, 2. Damn it, Morgott. I just gotta find a couple of opportunities to hit him. That's it. That's it. It's not that bad. It's not terrible. It's definitely possible. I want to know how I can get to the sewers. Still want to free the dung guy. Okay, that's new. Yo, what's up with you? Why are you spamming the hammer?
Rest.
I'm going for the Crucible Knights. Screw this. I don't want to fight Morgat yet. I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like Turbo Margit. I'm gonna be real. Margit 2 Turbo. I'm so happy I'm here for this one. Watching you overcome the Scarlet Rotworm thing was awesome. Nice. I'm glad you could be here too. Every time I say stuff like this, I feel like I'm sounding sarcastic, and I'm really not, but like, I guess I'm just not used to praise in such a way. So I don't know how to respond. What's up, Dankwater? Why is the anchor back? Because it's the best weapon in the game. There's only one thing that might be better, and I'm not going to upgrade it because I hate gargoyles. What's up, Potengen? Because you are sarcastic, you're only happy if we give you money and sub to you. Shoot, you got me, red-handed. Objectively false statement. You beat Morgat? No, I didn't. I just want to see if I can beat the Crucible Knights now that I'm able to equip this charm that increases my damage. Swing again! Why do you swing when you feel like it? Don't shoot. Get away from me! I'm okay. That is new. I have never seen that attack before in my life. I'm gonna maul so hard right now. If you kill me... Okay, alright, alright. Get closer. Piss off. Not you. I'm not looking to fight you. I'm looking to fight your friend. Alright, that's one. Alright. 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 This isn't that bad, because I kind of remember your moveset. I hope. Why did you do that? Ow. Swing. Good. One. Two. Double swish. No, no double swish? Okay. Swish. Now the stuff that I don't like. Charge. As long as he doesn't have fire breath, this should still be okay. Tail! Yo, two! Why do you... What do you mean, two? What do you mean, two? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't have the information. I didn't have the necessary information. No. No! Crucible Knights are badass. Now we only have to fight one. Does he have the tail swipe? Yes, he does. So many times when a jump attack would have been great. I expected this to happen. Honestly, I knew this run would be a dud. I think Russia will join NATO before Strong uses the jump attack. And look, get a load of this guy. Damn it. He didn't know, forgive him? No. Okay. I'll never forgive Strange until he starts using jump attacks. I guess I'm beyond forgiveness then. Forever cursed to walk this earth filled with sin. Okay, I don't know why I didn't expect that. What am I doing? I'm kind of throwing right now, but it's okay. Don't stab me. You tried. Sometimes you really just decide you're gonna keep attacking, huh? Using a strength weapon and no jump attacks is like playing as Ryle and refusing to use weak points. Well, funny enough, the first time I played as Ryle, the weak points are the reason I didn't really want to play him. And look at me now. Although this sounds more like a point of me using jump attacks later on, but this won't happen. There's also a mechanic called parry that Strong has never heard of, which is very strong against Crucible Knights. I've heard of parrying, I just don't use it. Okay, that's really funny, Crucible Knight with the shield, but I would like for you to lead. Man. What's wrong with you people? The both of you swing wildly. Just flail your arms around. Hope you hit something. And guess what? It works. Works because I can't predict stupid. That would require him to equip a different shield, which he won't do, even though that would make the game harder by removing his stamina regen. So you'd think he'd be all for that. Alright. But they have enough vigor to take a hit. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Stomp. One. That's really cool. Yup. Yup. FromSoft devs be like, yeah, these 2 Crucible Knights will definitely make him want to stop playing the game. Put it in. Put the torso on Strong so we can be friends again. Come on, you can do it. I'm wearing a shirt! Look! On my case for something that I did ages ago. Swish. Stomp. Swish. It's fine. It's not fine. Swish. I'm kind of surprised I didn't get hit by that. My dodge. Yo, am I going insane, or is the frame rate slightly more stable than normal? Crucible Knight to the other Crucible Knight. Do the thing. Calling in A assist. My man is cosplaying Barbarian so that later on he can use Ashes slash magic to level up stats other than strength or use jump attacks. Excuse me? This one didn't make sense. Of course. I don't know what I expected. I guess because of your movement and the shift of the camera, I thought you were doing a different attack. Guys, I'm already dead. You can stop. I guess he's cosplaying the broken barbarian. You'll be broken, I know the boss that will do it. I really hope there isn't a real double boss like Ornstein and Smo. I'm hoping to God there isn't. Truly I am. Don't tell me if there is or isn't. That's really funny. That's like hilarious, dude. Let me solo her. He won't find her. That needs exploring and looking for her. Is that a rhetorical question? It was rhetorical. Say two letters. GD. Good day. The kids asked why the game was so hard, so I introduced them to the creator via Google. Gold Digger? Like the comic? Ay, ay, ay. Swish. That was too early. I don't know what I expected. think he was bullied and now he's the bully. Is it really bullying if the people being bullied are signing up for it themselves? Like, can you really say that you're being bullied if you went up to the guy and asked him for the swirly? It's your own fault. Knowing how Tenjin is probably Gold Lewis Dickinson? Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Damn, I wonder if anyone understood what boss I'm talking about, but I wish Gold Lewis would be in this. Yes, literally full arena normals. Excuse me? Don't tell me anymore. Forgetting that requires jumping, and Strong does not have an A button. Actually, believe it or not, my jump button is circle. Can you guess why? Are you on PS4 Strong? No, I'm on PC. I'm just playing with a controller. My dodge button is square, jump button is circle, X is interact, and triangle is use item. R1 and L1 are the same. And then everything else is like, as you would think it. What on earth is that nonsense control scheme? Oh, there's a reason. That's cool. It's just what I'm used to. Because of the games that I play. Or the game that I've played. Well, I guess you could still say it's a series. But I've made every game that I play after that to be matching control scheme-wise. Even did it for Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry, people are complaining about that one a lot. I made like the gun button triangle, the attack button X, jump and dodge was circle, style specific was square. I don't remember what L1 and R1 were. I was really scared of the other Crucible Knight. I tried to run, so I can't really complain about not getting a dodge there. I don't know how to do this. Unless I just get lucky enough that the second Crucible Knight leaves. Like, as long as he just doesn't get up to me, next to me, then, So just simply assembled alternatively. It's really cool, Crucible Knight. Keep dodging too early. You can tell who the Nero players are when they tell you they rebound gun button to a shoulder button. I thought about doing that, but I didn't. Funny, I would say that I'm a Nero player. Or am I? Maybe I'm more Dante, because I do like using Cerberus a lot. My problem with Nero is I don't know how to use Devil Breakers right. But I do like his character a lot. This isn't funny. Yep, the both of you are swinging. The both of you are swinging. Swing. Okay, other Crucible Knight, you're getting on my nerves a little bit. I'm so surprised that I was able to dodge that. Oh shit. So this is a good thing, because since he does that attack now, I can get him further away from the other Crucible Knight really easily. So as long as I can get the first one to the second phase, this fight becomes a lot more free. No! What are you doing? Why? The second one finally decided to start playing the game. Either way, if I can get the first one, second phase, the second one becomes less of a problem. Second Crucible Knight, I got you, homie. I got converted to Virgil ever since 4 Special Edition. You better flask so you don't get one shot. Right. Bro. Just want to fight one of you. Only one. Only one. Only one. Spin slash. This isn't funny. This isn't funny. Okay. I wonder if these guys are weak to anything elementally. That's really nice. That hit staggered me for so long that point character was able to hit me. Nice assist. Nice freaking assist. Imagine playing Marvel 3 with no cooldown on assists. That's what it feels like. That's what this feels like. Speaking of which, I've said this before and I want to say it again. When are we getting a fighting game? A tag fighter with EX assist calls? I really want to see that. Crucible Knight, I need backup. Okay. I probably could have beaten this game and solved world hunger if he had been leveling vigor. Oh, of course I would have. That wouldn't have been as fun. I would have forgotten this game just as much as I forgot Dark Souls 2 and 3. Because I did stuff like that in that game, and nothing was as challenging as I wanted it to. Not spin slashing? Swish, swish. Slam down. Swish. Wish. Cool. That's the wrong flask! Not quite the attack I thought you would do. Not at all. Speaking about that, I watched a recent WIK and I find it hilarious. It had Mezuking in it as a halftime show. Wait, WIK? Is it a person or is it a... what is that? Oh, Will It Kill? Never mind. Wait! Wait, it had Mezuking? Like... Yakuza Kiwami 1 Mezuking? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's funny. Wait, what did Sajam say about that? Has he seen that before? Want to know what his reaction is to, like, half-naked women dressed as bugs. So just beating the snot out of each other looks, or is. He didn't understand what is happening and why the other girls got one shot? Oh, okay. Wondering why I didn't swing there? It's because I was afraid of the other Crucible Knight. Okay, this kind of sucks. Will It Kill is the only thing Sajam does worth watching. I just hate how smug he gets because he already knows if it kills. What? What do you mean that's the only thing from Sajam worth watching? I think Sajam's like a real solid content creator in general. It's one thing to like not like Giuna because of his most of his demeanor about, I guess, things in general, but Sajam, come on. He's chill. I don't see why you would hate I don't see why you would hate him getting smug about knowing the outcome of whether or not something kills. Also in BBCF, part of the show, I saw a bang combo so good I didn't even know he could do a combo like that. Oh. I'm just kind of feeding now. I really am. Like, I never heard of the guy before seeing his Twitch channel and whatnot after he was big. Why do people trust his opinion? If I'm not mistaken, the points that he makes just seem really valid. They're like general ideas for whether or not something should or should not work. The best I can think, the one that comes to mind first is like, the spectator Sharingan isn't real. Like, what you can see and whether or not you think the player is, what you can see as a spectator and what you can see as the player are two different things. Like, you can't watch something and say, oh, you could have just done this, because it's a little bit of a different feeling in the actual moment. Like, there's multiple factors that aren't strictly game related that you're still accounting for. Funny enough, the last Will It Kill he didn't know the clip's ending and was guessing with his chat basically. I wasn't looking. I mean, Strongers, did you know Bang can do an 8.3k damage? That's crazy. Oh, damn. Like, usually for fighting games, if you aren't good at a game, people treat your opinion like mud. Never even seen Sajam play a fighting game, and people put him on a pedestal. It's just that he makes really good points. You can still make a good point, but not be good at a game. Even if he's... I don't know if he used to play competitively, or if he only does it... I don't know if he used to play competitively, or if he just has a lot of sense about what should or should not be about a fighting game. Second one is being real generous right now, and I'm kind of squandering it. Okay, cool. At least that doesn't kill. This isn't funny. Okay. Don't do that again, though. Kill you in 2 more hits. If he had hit me with that shield charge, I would have been livid. Alright, so I just gotta kill you now. Dude, come on. Piss off! Into the floor. Double swish. No? Okay, that's fine. He shows off that he's got dragon powers. Just gotta be mindful of his tail swipe. That's it. Just gotta be mindful of the tail swipe. That hit me because he was further away than I thought he was. He used to play competitive as far as I know, like 4 years back or so. Did he place top 8 regularly or something? Well, he does fight actual pro players time to time in sets, like in GD Strive. He fought Dev, Hotashi, KV, and someone else I don't remember. I don't recognize those names since I don't give Strive the time of day. Oh. Animevo or whatever it's called. No idea, to be honest. Dev 1 Exert Tournament. Oh. Animevo... Wait, do you mean Arc Revo? No, you don't mean Arc Revo, do you? Because Animevo is just the anime side, anime fighting game side of Evo. If I'm not mistaken, it's like a side tournament thing. Wow, Strange, please. Man, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying real hard. Don't worry. I'm getting closer. I mean, there's that. Oh my. Hotashi was an Elfelt player, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he played Elfelt and Exert. You know what's funny? The dude plays Platinum in BlazBlue. Ouch. Hit me with the backslash. Hotashi plays Platinum in Exert, not Exert, in BlazBlue Central Fiction, and I only know that because I met him. Because he went to my locals. Or more so, I went to his locals. Okay, cool, you're phase 2. This is fine. This is enjoyable. It's not enjoyable anymore because he decided to play the game. Other Crucible Knight, he decided that now was his time to shine. This guy's gonna punish what the first Crucible Knight did. Now I got him. Now I'll get him. Now I'll get him. I still don't know if this stacks. $426. 426 while active. Pretty sure the buff is gone. $381. That's not what I thought you were doing. Not at all. I don't know why you would go into Slam Down right after Thrust, but you did it. But you did it. And Kid Viper, I don't really know, but I saw that set. He IBs so much, so he seems pretty good. IBs and Strive? Yeah, 2-frame window after all. It's not that easy. Right. Okay, that's funny. Shoot, that's not what I thought you were doing. I mean, say what you want, but IBing in Strive is so much harder than IBing in BB, since there's like, what, a 5 or 8 frame window in BB? Even I can IB in BB. That's fine. Like, I'm not denying that it's difficult to IB in Strive. The only part that I speculate about is it being worth it. That's the part that I'm skeptical. Since it doesn't affect the amount of block stun, I question its value. In most situations. I know there are some where it's like, this is fine. Please don't strike me. You tried. The only reason I question its value is because I'm thinking, when does me IBing change my decision making specifically in Strive? If I get IB'd in Blaze Blue, it'll change up what I need to do within the moment. But not so much in Strive. Not usually. Okay, cool. You stopped. Congrats. I ran by accident. I didn't dodge, that's why. At least I know what that command grab looks like. It's worth it if you know the matchup. I being Ram's Rekka lets you grab her, for example, so she doesn't loop you. If she can dash cancel it tight enough, of course. Right. Okay, then. Again, I'll just take your word for it. But I feel like... No. That's not the only case. Is the end result always grab? That's the problem that I might have. God damn it, didn't dodge. Because in something like Blaze Blue, if somebody IBs me, or say IBs my, what do you call it, Gustav Buster, then I now know that I need to back up or make a different decision or something because it is no longer my turn. I went from being +1 to... Or I went from possibly being +1 to instead now I'm minus... I don't know what the actual frame data is. Probably like 3 or something. So I need to give something up. But if If Strive's IBing, if that just causes me to get grabbed every time I do something that's negative within a certain range, then am I just boned? Is that it? Is that always the solution? When is someone IBing and then making a different decision because of such? Making something that's not strictly, okay, I IB'd while you were in range, I will now grab you. IBing Kai lets you get better punish on Dire. I have no idea how to say his name, or that name of that move. It's like something in French or something? What language is it in? Or Scum Dipper. IBing Nago allows you to counter poke him or grab his far slash. IBing Eno lets you punish slash stroke better. Okay, I see. Spin slash. Swish, swish. Slam down. Stomp. Swish. Swish. I never expect this attack for some reason. So now, why are you doing that at close range? That's the question. The other one's gonna hit me. No, he's not. Question marks? Wish I could get 2 bubbles. Why can I only get 1? That would have hit me if I didn't dodge. But I was considering not doing it. That frame rate drop almost pissed me off. Oh, that hit me still. Swish. No double slash? Why? Why don't you ever double slash? I don't know why I didn't try to just punish that. Like I could have. But I was so scared. I was terrified. Come on. Why do I always choke? What's the difference between a bubble and more vigor? Well, a bubble only blocks 1 instance of damage, but a vigor can account for other things. Like, say if I'm taking damage over time. If I have a bubble, I'm only limited to the amount of health that Sorry, if I have a bubble, then the next thing that touches me is gonna get rid of it. If I have more vigor, then if I'm taking Scarlet Rot, it's gonna kill me super fast. So I just got no health. Unless it's percentage based, in which case it's a little bit of a different story, but... Damn it! I being Happy Chaos lets you breathe for like extra seconds before you still die because his zoning is obnoxious. Don't IB Gold Lewis though, you make him more plus and kill yourself. Right. Fundamentally nothing really. No, I just explained it. Then you can IB FD him, and that's a different thing. Wait, IB FD is still in the game? I didn't know that. What's the difference? Does it do the same thing as IB barrier? Further pushback? Yeah, basically... Damn it. Basically a pushback, it's like a mini reflect? Gotcha. I thought they removed IBFD. You want to have a push block in the game, use IBFD. I don't, though. I don't think one-on-one fighters should have push block. It's the reason I don't like them's fighting herds. Since it just uses the Skullgirls engine and they just decided to keep push block, it makes a whole lot of strange interactions that don't need to be in a one-on-one fighter. Like, since Marvel and Skullgirls and other tag fighters are absolute madness, you need a mechanic like push block. Where it's low risk, low reward, but it gets you out of certain negative situations like you being put in a block string. It can still be dealt with, but it's there. With something like them's fighting herds where you're just fighting one person, you don't really need a mechanic that lets you push someone away from you that consistently. God damn! I was looking at the other Crucible Knight. Well, you need to hit FD in 2-frame window, which is inconsistent overall unless you're godlike. I really wonder how I would fare in offline play of any sort of fighting game. Because part of the reason why I don't use any FD mechanics is because I'm just always playing online. I have to deal with a certain amount of frame delay, but the way I play is still mostly reactionary on what I think my opponent's gonna do. Not... like, mostly reactionary on what I'm seeing my opponent do. So I just look for the obvious answers for things. Since I was turning around, I couldn't dodge. But if I were in an offline setting, I would actually be able to account for IBing something, because there would be little to no delay. Ah, shoot, I couldn't dodge. I think I was too far into that attack. IBing stagger pressure is hecking spooky. I know what you mean. When people IB me online, I'm wondering how the hell they're doing that in the first place, but on top of that, I'm also thinking like, oh shoot, am I gonna just die? Because I can't, like, mindlessly do the same pressure that I always do. Because if I do, they're gonna hit me. They're gonna just disrespect the string because they can. They made it easier to do so, and then I'm getting bodied. I'm now taking damage. Ow. Like that. See? Yeah, yuck it up, other Crucible Knight. I don't care about you, though. Yep, that's cool. When is it gonna be Morgott time? Soon? Question mark? Soon TM. Literally, I IB'd you last time we played, and those are intentional IBs too? Oh, man. Probably next time you fight a Jin or Ragna, or Naoto, or Hazama, or Jin, or Hibiki, or insert character that uses stagger pressure here. You mean every character with a micro dash? Which is a good 90% of the BlazBlue roster, by the way. Dude, go away! Go away! Okay, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Hazama being an exception? Wait, how is Hazama an exception? He still has a micro dash. He can still stagger you. Suicide's not the answer. I didn't intend to die there. I was gonna hit him. I was gonna dodge his next attack and hit him. But he hit me first. I misplayed. Fine. God bless it. What I'm concerned about involving the second Crucible Knight, when he hits second phase, I'm scared of getting tailed again. I feel like I can do this within a reasonable amount of time, or at least before the stream is over. Say this, but I've taken 12 hours on a singular boss before. Granted, that was an entirely different game. Still happened. Swish. You should go into second phase soon now. Alright, there it is. And you're gonna do the thing. Hey, can you do the thing that shows off that you're in second phase? Do it already. Don't let your buddy play the game for you, come on! Be a man! Hit me! Hit me! There you go! I really did not expect you to do that at that close range, so I did not account for it. That's really funny. That's laughing my ass off. I feel like I'm watching a Captain Falcon player who never uses the knee. Or a Joker player who never uses Arsene. Is that possible? Can you do that? I thought you have to. Azrael can do 5A, walk up 5A and pretend like he can do it, but it's way easier to disrespect. Oh wait, there was some stuff that I missed because I was trying to focus on the video again. Yeah. Could you imagine Arakune with stagger pressure? That would be unfair. Would it? I guess it would, because it would be like stagger, build up curse, stagger, build up curse more, and then you're cursed fully, and now you just lose. So out of dash characters, Hazama is one of the only ones who can stagger pressure well. It's really awesome he can thrust through his buddy. Nah, I ain't happy he got that kind of length. And you know the way these two fight, I'm sure he thrusts through his buddy all the time. This is really perfect, ain't it? Go away! Yeah. I just gotta pick one and then deal with that one. I don't think it matters whether or not it's the first or the second. It's just whichever one attacks me first and then starts consistently attacking me. Because I think they're mildly scripted in such a way where one of them will attack me consistently. It's just, like, or it's random whether or not they're going to attack me. How do I explain this? When one is attacking, the other one will lay off for a long while. Or as long as that one is. Or they have a chance to. And that's... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a bug in the coding or something, who knows? All I can tell you is this fight makes me angry. This is like watching an Arcane player who never tries to get curse. I feel like I'm watching Carl without Nirvana, Zato without Eddie, Misfortune without Head. Funny enough, I play Misfortune without Head. Which sucks, because she's the kind of character I'd like Head from. What the hell? Please! Relius without wife, Izoi with no gain art, Hazama with no chains, etc., etc. X character without drive button, I get it. They have to spend a lot of thrusting each other waiting for you to respawn 1,000,000 times. Pikachu without quick attack or sparks. I'm so afraid of the second one, because I just don't know what he's gonna do. Peanut butter without jelly, jam, or bananas. Funny, I don't like any of those. Florida without alligators. Alright. California without vegans. What? Is that a thing? Oops, I pressed the wrong button. For whatever reason, I pressed R1 to dodge, and that is my attack button. Why did I do this? Why have I done this? How many vegans are in California? Texas without cows. This stream is basically pineapple pizza. Why is this an emote? Who did this? Calculated? Swish. Slam down. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, even if I had more than 10 vigor, what would I have been able to do about that? Because they would have comboed me to death, wouldn't they have? I don't care how much health I have. They would have just said that I died. Oh, I'm supposed to use ashes. Never mind. I'm supposed to use ashes. Keep forgetting that's the mechanic. Frick. I thought I got tech trapped. I really did. I really did. Shoot. Thought I had time. Ashes are for squares. We're all circles here. West Virginia without methamphetamines. Not circles, squircles. What the heck is a squircle? Sounds like a Pokemon, because it sounds like Squirtle. Calculated? That one was a misplay. Let me get my dodge roll, please. I'm begging you. That's a word, apparently. What the heck? Squircle is a shape intermediate between a square and a circle, basically looking like a BB square. Without sharp edges. Hmm? Oh, you mean, okay, like one of the color squares? Just a square with rounded edges? Sharp edges sounds gross. You ain't wrong. Swish. Why are you doing slam down? Okay, I think I can... If I can basically rush the first Crucible Knight to second phase using all of the damage that I got, then I think I can just probably do this. I don't know. I would need to do all this and then Barbaric Roar and then get really lucky. 1, 2... Shield. Funny. Hilarious. Comedy gold, even. Why is it too much to ask for one of you to calm down? Stomp into slash into the other one stomps into the first one slashes again and then the second one slashes and then I die. Well, you could use sleep arrows or pots, but that would never happen. Sleep arrows? Excuse me? Can put bosses to sleep? Sleep status effect exists? Shoot. That's really... Yup. You must understand, there are a handful of weapons and consumables that inflict sleep status. Gronge only knows something exists when he gets hit by it. Otherwise, it's an enigma. Yeah, that was my own fault. Didn't really expect you to swing again. Didn't expect you to stop again. Kind of expected at least a little bit of a break in your attacks. Just one. You're still going. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead, but you're still going. Gotten hit by bleed, but he refuses to use it. Because I don't know how prevalent bleed actually is. I don't care for it that much. Can't be that good, can it? Bleed is OP, simple. Really? Bleed is optimal gameplay, which is strictly banned in this channel. Exactly, there you go. Sadly, you cannot hit him by a mechanic that shall not be named, so you will never experience it. The other one was gonna hit me like that, but he didn't. So I know why I mistime that every time, though. It's because every time I think that he's doing normal stomp, but install stomp is on a slightly longer delay than ground spike stomp. I don't like this. Why is the second one trying to bully me this hard? Right, cool. First one's dead. That's not good. Glad I didn't try to punish that. Need to dodge into you. Dodge into you. Dodge into you. Thank God. Still safe. That. That's not. Oh. Strong seems to use sleep a lot after getting hit by bosses. I think Ordovis attached that SMT Imp's dong to his shield. Did the game crash again? I mean, Strong uses sleep, but not on bosses. He uses it on viewers. Ouch. Why does this game crash so much? Cool. I love that. What was Godric's twin brother's name again? The one trapped in the Ever jail? Godefroy? Yeah. I didn't use the quit out, and the game just crashed. And then you're telling me don't crash. I get it, Elden Ring. I get it. Why am I back here? Uh, I wonder if there would be a better weapon art to use. Or better Ashes of War on my anchor than Barbaric Roar. What the heck is that emote? I can't see it very well. The answer, of course... the answer to that question is, of course, yes. I just don't know what I would use. Truly, I thought you were doing something else. It's okay. It didn't kill me. Swish. Ow. Yeesh. Or Frost Stomp for one. Don't worry, they nerfed it so you can use it guilt-free. I don't even know if I have it. Damn, what happened? Why is he no longer getting one shot without bubble? That's been happening. Did he level up vigor? No. I just have so much strength that my defense is playing a factor. Please stop helping your friend. So that's still just based on proximity. If I'm out of the range of it. Yeah. If I'm out of the range of that attack's follow-up, and I come back in to hit you, then I will likely get away with it before you will swing again. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Thank God. I would appreciate it if you got near me. There we go. There's one. Oh, okay. If it hits you directly, then it'll still kill you. Because I've been hit by the shockwaves for that, and it didn't. But the sword itself will absolutely destroy you. So if he does that attack and I'm within range, I wonder if dodging past him would be better. Only one way to find out. I don't know what I expected. I guess I didn't expect you to thrust twice, but... It was too far away. So I mistimed my dodge roll. Part of the reason being because the second one decided to attack me while he was doing that. In situations like that, I just don't know what to do. I think he did level Vigor off stream. You want proof? I mean, I'm not afraid to show you the stat page. This isn't funny. That was a buffered roll. I was buffered to hell and back. I don't know if that would have killed me if I had gotten hit. Why are you doing this at such a close range? Lucky your buddy messed up his tech trap. Ah, shoot, that hit me. Thought I was out of the range. I wonder. I'm still fat rolling. In fact, I'm especially fat rolling if I put that X there. Whoops. That's nice, other Crucible Knight, but go away. Okay, I guess you're not gonna do it. Shoot. Maybe I should take on Morgott instead. Maybe I should go for Morgott, get the souls from him, level up a handful of times, however many I need, and then come back here. Maybe that would be the handful of stats I need to beat this. Nah. I really wish I could punish you. He's going to level Vigor? I'm not. I meant strength, so I could do slightly more damage. I'm getting so annoyed at this other Crucible Knight, dude. You don't even know. What's up, Zane? I'll read that in a second. I don't know why, but I've been waiting to play more games from before the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 came out. Not so much for nostalgia purposes, because I want to find one I've never played. Oh. I have that same feeling, but for mostly Nintendo stuff. But that's mainly because I... Okay. Alright. Alright. That's mostly because there are a whole lot of old Nintendo games that I just don't have anymore, and I can't rebuy them because they never got ported to PC because they're Nintendo games. Or, better yet, they were just made in the IP ownership hell that was the Game Boy and GameCube era. Really sucks. Truly my favorite times involving video games, or one of. And it's just gone. Or it's just super hard to get any games from that area because of who published what and who developed what. It's just a nightmare. Swish, swish. Alright, big wings. It's okay. Swish. And then you're not going to do two more because I'm not close enough. Big wings. I don't know why you're doing that attack so much. Okay. Thank God. Only did one. Good. I'm so glad Tail can't kill me. Or at least smaller Tail can't. The second I decided to heal, I knew I shouldn't have done it. How is he still alive? You got this? I didn't have it. I didn't have it. Oof, I like playing games when games were still being made for the Wii and 360 because they were a lot more simple and non-indie games. Felt like game companies actually experimented more. Banned the word "it." Oh boy. That was intense. It was. Ah, there it is. And now I gotta 10 push-ups. It's okay. I'm getting closer. I would also prefer if, like, you know, other Crucible Knight didn't make my life a living hell. No? That's too much? Gotcha. Calculated. Dude, piss off! I gotta do 10 push-ups. Remind me to do 10 push-ups once Double Crucible is dead. What about my harmonica? I didn't know you redeemed that. I must have missed it. My bad. And there's 2. Alright, here, I got you. Didn't really expect you to do that, but whatever. Louder? I can't. The reason it's so quiet is because of the noise filter on OBS. If I turn that off, you're gonna hear terrible, very bad things. Well, I didn't notice it either. It was right above the banner word. Oh, I see. Banner word or phrase, and my eyes congealed into one message. Yeah, that's the same thing that happened to me, because I really thought that was all just one message because of the green line that's next to both of them. And since they're not separated, I didn't take it as 2 different ones, I just put it as one. Like the lawnmower man? Yeah, I like him. That's what you'll hear. Didn't get the dodge, and it's because the game decided to save, and my frame rate decided to go into the gutter. Your highest value redeemed just says punch the lawnmower, unless you click on it. Was that on purpose? Because that probably makes people want to save up for it even more. No, that wasn't intentional, it's just like that. Swish, swish. hit ya. Swish, hit ya. Swish, hit ya. Swish, hit ya. Swish, swish. Was not expecting you to do that attack. I'm just really glad it didn't kill me. I'm kind of terrified of the other Crucible Knight right now. That's why. Could be worse, could have killed me. My Christ, dude. When he's in the middle of a string, I need to try to not heal. Because if I do heal when he's string, or doing the string, he's going to go into a thrust. Like, where I think I'm safe, I'm not actually. Because he moves a stupidly long distance for that sword, and that will one-shot. Oh, that didn't work out as planned. 1, 2. If I can kill the first one before or the second one before the first one, then... I think I'd be able to win this for free. Don't thrust at me. Good. Of course. Now he's in phase 2. Whoa! Okay, if I'm close enough, you will tail me. Good to know. Then you thrust. Nice tech trap, nerd. Hey, can you piss off? Also like playing older games on the intended hardware instead of with an emulator if there isn't a better port / remaster available. Same here. I don't know why, but I just don't like using emulators for most things. I used an emulator not too long ago to play some old games, but I still didn't... I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy it, it just wasn't quite what I wanted to do. I was happy about the nostalgia of playing whatever old games, or the fact that I could play whatever game that I really wanted, but it's still... At the end of it, it was still like, I would like to play this on an actual Wii, or an actual GameCube, or an actual Game Boy, any of that. Any of the whole 9 yards. Notice I only said Nintendo consoles. There's a different energy to it, IMO? Exactly, right? I would have an old IVM running DOS just to play Doom if I could. Really? Okay, that's cool. I kind of knew that was going to happen again, but you know what? Whatever. Who cares? To be fair, DOSBox gives a pretty good simulation of it. Feels like my brain doesn't register it as the intended experience and makes something feel off. I wonder if that's the same case for me. I don't think it's a matter of the intended experience. I think it's more like... Well, part of it for me is like emulation issues. Because I've run into a handful of those. You're being really nice. But your friend over there, he had something else to say. Stop the Cheeto man. Complete with having to specify the path of your game every time you want to launch it. What the heck, man? Shoot. Spin. Okay. Steven's try not to get angry at Crucible Knights challenge. Impossible. Oh my Christ. Shouts to Microsoft, though, for emulating their older consoles on Xbox One for the backwards compatibility, though. You know what's messed up? Like, Nintendo was also really good about that, from the Wii to the GameCube, and the Wii U to the Wii, and, well, I'm sure if they could have figured out a way to do it, the Switch to what is probably the Wii or the GameCube, but, since they're not discs anymore, that's not a thing. But there's all that, and then there's just nothing anywhere else. We're willing to make a backwards compatible console multiple times, but we're not willing to, like, we're not willing to port the game to a PC, and we're not willing to, I don't know, provide the data for said games digitally. I can't believe I let you stomp me like that. So that you can purchase it legally off of the online store that we have up and running. Dude, piss off. Piss off. Are you having fun, Crucible Knight? I couldn't dodge. I don't know why. Maybe I was coming out of an animation from running. Maybe it was a frame rate drop. Either way, I didn't get what I wanted. Wait, I forgot Doom on IBM would not be mouse movement and would be keyboard only. I take back what I said, screw playing Doom keyboard only. Oh, man. I play emulator games with CRT filters and stuff, down to the crappy blur that old CRT used to have. Isn't that bad for your monitors? I remember that being a thing with Switch games. Maybe that was strictly for the Switch's screen itself. Ouch. Swish. Spin slash. Spin slash. Stomp. Spin slash. You are starting to get on my nerves, dude. You are starting to get on my nerves. Why can't you just relax for 2 seconds? There are a handful of times, but like, I can't win if you keep attacking like this, other Crucible Knight. What determines your strings? To be fair, from what I've heard, games that were designed with CRTs in mind tend to look better on them tend to look better on them with filters. That was my own fault, because I didn't swing fast enough. Gotta ask, why don't you use summons or ashes? Because I don't want to. I don't want to use summons just because I feel like that would make the game too easy. Same kind of goes for ashes. The playstyle that I want is hit thing with anchor. And for the most part it works. It just gets a little bit annoying when there's this. when there's two bosses. Yeah, that's why. I assume if it's a post-process technique, CRT filters probably won't damage your screen. Unless I interpreted what you said wrong. No, maybe you didn't. I'm not really sure. I just remember hearing something about using a specific filter on the Switch that made your game look like it was older or something like that, then it would ruin your screen. Do I have a gaming monitor? So no, it shouldn't be an issue. But I think that was, like, one of the problems. Or maybe it was specifically TVs. I don't remember. This is really funny. Hit the nail on the head, that's exactly how it works? Oh, okay. So it is the post-processing thing. Channel rules: 1, no vigor; 2, no ashes; 3, no jump attacks; 4, no items; 5, no sanity; 6, no chicks. Alright. Alright. Lamau got him. You know, one of these days, I'm gonna find one. I'm gonna find one chick. One maiden. And I'm gonna be the one with the last laugh. 7, no paper. Okay, that one's not gonna change. Having fun yet? Oh my Christ! Eight, no water. That one might change, maybe. I can do this, man. I can do this. I can do this. I promise, guys. I promise I can do this. 9, no sleep until Brooklyn. Oh, now I feel old. Again. Why you make me feel old all the time? How did that not hit me? This is fine. Okay. Don't care that much about this. And the tail. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it and you won't get mad. Turn your brain off. Just turn your brain off. Shut off all of your emotions. That's the correct way to live. That way, you just won't feel anything ever, and life becomes a jaded, awful slugfest, but I'll get what I want in the end. Just gotta not think. Rust. Swish, 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 swish. And remember the parking lot. I wish I hadn't read that. I'm so glad your friend blocked you. so glad your friend body blocked you like this straight out of Dota. Yep. Cool. Piss off! Please! Every time I get into second phase, and then you just come from off screen and poke me in the spine, turn me into a freaking paraplegic. Ooh! I'm begging you! Go away! First Crucible Night, second Crucible Night, I don't care which one of you, just leave me alone until I can kill one of you, and then I will deal with you. Oh my... I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm fine. Not gonna have an episode. I'm not. Second one didn't swing? Why? Ah. I can't tell which one is going to try to attack me based on their footsteps. You didn't do spin slash for some reason. Swing. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Wonder why they didn't just put a grace here. Like, for every area where there's a stake, why didn't they just put down a grace? I really wonder why they didn't just put down a grace. Run in, respawn. Run in, die, respawn, run in, die. That's all I do. That's all I ever do. I feel like I should replace the placement of my Flask of Wondrous Physique and my Flask of Crimson Tears. Okay. I don't know what I expected from that. And he flies. He tackles me. I really do feel like I should replace these two. Since it would make it so that I don't have to hold down on the D-pad to get back to the first item that I have. Just don't get hit on it. I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, so you will turn around for that. Good to know. I feel like you... I feel like one of the things that determines what your actions are whether or not you're on screen. Maybe that's another thing. Because I noticed that I healed while that other Crucible Knight that has the big swirly fireball, I noticed he didn't do that. Because he usually does that when I heal, but not when I wasn't looking at him. And smile, that damn smile. What smile? Mine? My I hate this situation smile? This is not good. It's fine. Never mind. I lied. What am I doing? It's fine. Spin slash. Stomp. I had a sudden urge to look through my crawl space, and I found a few games that I couldn't find before. Oh, cool, nice. Why are you doing that at that range? Why are you doing that behind your friend so that I can't see it? And there are a couple old TVs in there. Do they work? No idea, but hopefully. If they're CRTs, sell them to a melee player. They'll pay good money for it. That's the wrong thing. You can get stopped by the pillars? Didn't know that. Crucible Knight, hey, Tweedledee, can you go away? Because I'm trying to fight Tweedledum over there. Thank God. Tweedledum pot meat kettle. Hmm. Okay, so I don't know why you did that attack, but who cares? More enjoyable every time. More enjoyable every time it happens. You know what's amazing? I'm stuck on this one, and then I'm just gonna go to Morgott, and just have the same problem. Half of this stream is gonna be Crucible Knights, the other half is gonna be Morgott. Not quite what I expected you to do. So how about a poll? Does he kill them in the next 30 tries? Sure, I can do that. Why not? Wait, you can make a third outcome? You can make more than one. Okay. Or more than just 3. That's pretty cool. Make it like a 5-minute submission period. I did not know you could do that now. First try of the 30. Okay. What's up, Risen? Number 2. I want to bet, then bet. Sadly, I can't bet. Not possible in Sweden. Oh, right. I forgot about that. You can just say this place or this place, or this side or this side, but you can't use points for it. Which I find a little bit strange, but whatever. Back. Welcome back. Attempt number 2. Don't let me forget which one I'm on, because I'm gonna do that. Nice. Could be worse. Never mind. And now we're on number 3. I cannot tell. It has to be proximity. No, it's not. There's the other times where you're... That one just ate my input. I assure you I dodged early for that one, and it just didn't do it. What's it called? What attempt are we on? 4? 5? I think it's 4. There are the other times where the second Crucible Knight just didn't attack me and he was out of range while the first one was. So it has to be proximity based. It has to be proximity based. It's almost certainly proximity based. Yeah, okay. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't do the thing. Attempt number 5. Didn't do the thing, didn't put me back on the first item in my item list, so I got bodied. I accidentally used a dried finger. Doing this, that way my life is easier. Attempt number 5. What am I doing? Yeah. Six. I'm playing too scared of the second knight now. I wasn't before, and that's why I was able to kill the first. I need to play certain... 7. That got me. Eight. Attempt number 8. Okay. Okay. Attempt number 9. Yeesh. Why did that not kill me? Okay. One more for the fans? No? Yeah, there it is. God damn it. And now we're on 10. What the heck? Is that a rainbow eggplant? What is this for? Ten. Shoot, I did that too early. And now we're on 11. Shoot. only. Damn. I was not expecting that attack again. Attempt number 12. Thanks. Thanks, skeleton. Oddly enough, I think being close to the wall makes one of them decide to not hit you. Okay. I don't care that much about tail swipe. What am I doing? That's the big one. Okay, I thought it was the smaller one. So then that's still proximity based. If you're not close enough for the smaller one, sometimes he'll do the bigger one. But only sometimes? I can't. Whoops. Right. Why didn't she do it that time? It was definitely within range. I'm panicking real hard right now. I don't know if that's very heavily apparent. I know I mask it pretty well. My dodge. Okay. Attempt 14. Crucible Knight Ordovis is clearly a master of mind games. Apparently. Man should pick up any fighting game. Outwit his opponent. Should have dodged into you. That's not good, and that's why. Okay, so now we're on 15. I'm having trouble understanding. He definitely, or the second Crucible Knight definitely seems to attack significantly less when next to a wall. I don't know if that's just in my head, though. Maybe it's just easier to get to the distance that I need to keep one of them out of range. No, it's definitely just easier. Come on. My dodge? Alright, I guess. 16. Okay, so the strat would be, I guess, just get one of them down to... Get one of them down to second phase. I need to prioritize that one after I do it, but it doesn't matter which one I fight beforehand. That's not good. Alright, well, breaking the other one's posture is not a possibility anymore. It's fine. As long as I didn't get hit by the sword directly. One, two. Need to prioritize the first Crucible Knight, but the second one seems to have it out for me. Screw it. I'll go into 2 phase 2s. Why not? I don't feel like listening to my own advice. That's not good. It's fine. You're already in phase 2. Gotta remember that. Yep. I really care about the tail. Tail. A stab? Why didn't you thrust? Okay. Why did you do that? Why did you do 2? Why did you do 2? Why did he do 2, dude? What attempt are we on? 7? No, it's not 16, is it? It is 17. 17. Reed loses again? I didn't expect him to block. $18. I really didn't expect him to block. Yeah. Either that, or I expected him to block and then do shield charge, not tail swipe. Shoot. Both of them were attacking that time. Okay. $18? No. 19? What number are we on? What did I say a second ago? We're on 19 now. Never mind. Wasn't expecting that. Kind of expected him to be a little bit nicer. But not really. Alright. At least I know now, being in the corner is consistent. Being against the wall or in the corner, it will almost certainly guarantee one of the Crucible Knights just screws off. That just makes me wonder, is the same for any other double boss? Okay. Shoot. I don't know what I expected there. 1920. What are we on? 21? 21. Don't care which of you comes at me first. Shoot. Didn't expect stomp. 22. I kind of prefer Ordovis attacking me first. Because if I can kill him first, then I'm almost positive I can get through the whole thing. The other Crucible Knight isn't too hard to fight. 22. I didn't have the stamina to swing again. Now I see. At least it didn't kill me. Why did I dodge that way? I don't know what I was looking for. 23! If only Steven hadn't trusted the greed, he could have beaten this guy by now. I really... Man, I had a plan and I had a backup plan, but neither of those accounted for him doing something like 2 tailspins. He didn't do two tailspins before. I also don't remember him ever using tailspin when I hit shield in second phase, but he decided to do it then. I had a plan and a backup plan. Both were wrong, apparently. This is the 24th attempt? Are you gonna? Yes, you are. I don't know what I'm running for. I'm full health. Why didn't that hit me? That dodge was late. Which one of you is gonna attack me first? Either one. Really don't like this. No tails? Okay, so why did you do it the other time? I can't find the consistency. Where's the other Crucible Knight? There you are. Oh, I thought I heard the other one do crazy stuff. You were in range for that. Alright. Uh, 25, I think. 26. Wait, so you don't automatically do the same thing if I posture break you after you install? Alright, that's the first one. Dude, it's fine. Okay, so I can get behind you. Good to know. Didn't kill you. Oh, Dorvis Greatsword, Crucible Axe Helm, Crucible Axe Armor, Crucible Gauntlets, Crucible Greaves. The Believers win! I feel great. I feel pretty damn good right now. Finally. This is why I play this game suboptimally. C strength scaling, E dex scaling, D faith. He did. What attempt was it? 27, I think? Took you long enough. Don't give me that. Make it snappier next time. What's up, Psionic? 1.5k deaths, let's go. Not quite yet. It's getting there, though. No checkpoint ahead. Good job, man. Thank you. Wrath ahead. First off, well done. 2 Crucible Knights. And I only got 28k. Why? Place sucks. Whatever, I never have to come back here again. I can remove this. Morgott! Morgott or Necron? Morgott. Ooh, man. I hear Necron has a harder moveset. Gotcha. I can't believe this. Can't believe they would make a boss harder than Double Crucible. Hey, at least it didn't kill me. Could have been worse. Virgil summons swords. I don't... Okay, swords are revealing light over here. Please stop. I did not know he had a quintillion swords. Foolish ambitions. Foolishness, Dante, foolishness. By foolish ambitions, he means leveling only strength and not using jump attacks. Then I will never put these ambitions to rest, ever. Never. I'm doing this. I'm beating this game. Only leveling strength. No vigor. Alright, something I like a little bit more about you, Morgott, is that you seem to not delay your swing for 10 years. For most attacks. Okay, so this is like a set health point when you do this. Alright, Now we're at 1.5k deaths. And when he pulls out the hammer and dashes towards you, he's gonna swing, what, 4 times? If I get hit by any of them, I'm probably gonna die. So which way do I need to dodge through that? Forward? Getting out that hammer and just running at you must be terrifying with only 13 vigor. Very. Oops, I didn't drink the flask. It doesn't matter. Okay. I'm not a big fan of just jabbing with the spear. That's not a very great thing. Because I can't react to that attack. I just realized I went into this and I didn't level myself. I also think I just lost the souls. I'm not sure. You're dead. Oh well. Tail swipe, instant kills. Put me back in the crawn. I'm going back underground. Place is still covered in stars. Nothing changed. Unless it's something to do with over here. I don't remember if this elevator worked before. Doesn't this just lead to the surface? K-lid. Yeah, thought so. Okay, I remember this elevator now. Back underground we go. I feel like I would need to take that bridge up there to get to where I'm looking for. I don't know, what could have possibly changed? Wait, what the heck? Oh no, you're still just you. Did we tell him? No! Don't tell me anything! Almost one shot. And let me guess, you climb the ladder. I gotta punch you off. Get out. Stop it. off. Okay, I'll tell him. A prime number is a number only divisible by 1 and itself. Oh, damn. I can't believe you've spoiled me like this. Thought we were friends, dude. Merchant. Plants. That's it. What the heck am I looking for? Unless, wait. This? Are these pillars always here? They have to have been. Nobody talk. Hollow Horn Grounds. I remember there being this. Behold dog. Gonna be here longer than Duo Crucible Night. Siorfa Riverbank. Abandoned Merchant. Worshipper's Woods. If I remember right, this was like a spider place, right? No, it's not. Never mind. I remember what is there, I think. There was like an entire half of an area that I couldn't explore on this side. But I don't know if this still counts as this same area. Maybe I will go fight Morgott. Since I don't know what changed in here. Ow. At least they don't one-shot me anymore. I think I remember being around this side before. You'll give up sooner. Give up what? As in give up this? Or give up Morgott? Oh, wait. How long has this lantern been not lit? That's a giant rat. There's another one. Power gathers somewhere in Horned Remains. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I can't look at the map. It's talking about that corpse that I saw earlier. Wait, what? So where do you go? Okay. Glad they put that there so I didn't have to run there. Touch horned remains. Well, I feel like this isn't the place that I want to be right now. Ancestor spirit. Can't get on my horse. What is this? Nice. A little bit over leveled for that fight, I guess, but eh. Ancestral follower ashes. That's it. So, that's that, I guess. No, wait, I didn't want to... Oh, no. Hmm. Through this, I'll come back after I kill Morgott. I have more fun with that. Well, we ain't never seeing the Kron boys. There's got... Alright, so there's obviously something that I'm missing. I'm not looking at my charms now. We'll do that later. Trying to think if there's anything I can do with these souls that I care about. I guess I could upgrade a different weapon that's not the anchor. Ah, you know what? I could upgrade the axe, the gargoyle axe. There's two places I'm thinking I can go right now, or I want to go. He's still reading stuff. Oh, wait, there's something else I wanted to do in here that I almost forgot about. I don't know why I'm about to talk to you. What am I doing?
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Ah, yeah. Now I remember what I was doing. I need the rocks. I need rocks so I can upgrade this thing. Smithing stone. Yeah, alright. The best part of Dung Eater is when I kill him. What the heck? I'd ask why, but I'm not sure I want to know. Oh, bell bearings. Alright, just making sure. Alright. That's all I'll go with for now. Then I'll come back later with souls.
That no matter.
I think some 3s. Okay. Oh.
That no matter.
Gargoyles, Great Axe. Heavy Rusted Anchor, no. Sacred, Lightning, Cold, Magic, all that good stuff. Heavy. Beast Strength Scaling. 148 plus 194.
Greetings, are you here for... I can hear it from across the wing, past the round table. The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of the curse. I can even hear the repulsive, twisted malice in itself. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
I think I talked to you about that before, but I don't know what exactly you're looking for. Dude, when you finish this game in August, what games will you play on Wednesday and Thursday to replace it? I was gonna play Death Stranding, and I'm not sure the other one. So there's nothing else to do here. So now Morgott or Necron. Don't know what I'm looking for underground. So Morgott it is. Oh, wait, there's a different... There's a gate somewhere. There's a gate here that teleports me somewhere. But I don't know where. I doubt it goes into the sewer, but let's check. I don't think it was activating before, but let's see if it does now. Does this just lead to the same place? No. Where the heck am I? Isolated Divine Tower. It's tightly blocked shut. August, you being generous. Okay. Okay then. So I can't go into that. So here we are. I hope he streams Outer Wilds on Thursdays. That'll be good for a few weeks. I mean, I could. Since I don't have... Oh, now I remember. The other game I planned to play was Sekiro, because I only have one more ending to do on that. And then I can 100% the game. Give it eternity or he will level up something other than strength or use ashes, and you know the drill. The only other thing I'm considering leveling up is endurance. That's it. That is it. That is it. We need to make an Excel table on all the things we can bet on for this Elden Ring playthrough. How many deaths will he level Vigor? And will he do jump attacks? Aren't these only the 4 things? I don't think you get very many more than that. How many attempts at that one secret boss? Oh. Where am I supposed to stand for that? Why are you significantly faster than Margit? I can dodge your stuff, but you're too all over the place. So it's impossible to hit you sometimes. At least it feels like such. Endurance is not strength. If you level up endurance, you broke. No, that's not how it works, because eventually I'm going to have to start leveling something other than strength. Once I hit 99 strength, I can take the 2 charms that I have off, and then I can do something else with those points. Will he use an Ash of War other than Roar? Will he ever summon an Ash Spirit? Will he ever take off the turtle shell? Will he beat a major boss with a weapon that isn't the anchor? Okay, alright, that's... I think I did that with the one with the anchor, though. Pretty sure I killed something with the red hammer. Or maybe it was the club. I have no idea where I'm supposed to punish you.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
I don't want to fight this boss. I don't. Only if you're 99 strength. There you go. That's... Thought you were a strong man. Wait, imagine not getting the 99 strength and never leveling anything else. Oh, okay. I see. I'm not gonna do that. Well, maybe I'll do that. I don't want to. What level am I right now? Oh, 71. Okay. What's PvP level? Not that it really matters. I don't think I would be PvPing with this build. Shoot, I didn't dodge. Swish. Swish. You still do the same thing. You still do the same thing that Margit does. Do one attack that's got a lot of recovery right when I come in thinking I can strike. Oop, hit him. You gotta only level up strength and never change your HP pool, never jump attack, and never use ashes or magic. That's the rule, otherwise you're not the strong man you claim to be. If you say so. PvP is full of people spamming rivers of blood sorceries and running away with Bloodhound Step. Does that mean that it's just not fun? Put these foolish ambitions to rest. Level up vigor. Never. Okay, so you just can't hit me with that. Yeah, you just... Ay, ay, ay. Jeez, you flip around a lot. Swords. So this is your phase 2. Good to know. And you just activate it. Yo, hey.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
I hate that attack. He RC'd. Did an unsafe move, it whiffed, and then he just YRCs to make it safe. No commitment, no nothing. Don't forget Endless Madness laser beams. What the heck? What on step is the only truly crappy thing left. PvP in Souls games never really interested me. It was always wonky. It was okay, it's sometimes. If I had to describe it, imagine any zoner in BlazBlue except they have full invuln on their backdash. There is no recovery on the backdash, and it's an infinite stage. Oh, okay. That's cool. Great. Shoot. I don't know how you didn't hit me. Okay, so what's the strat? What am I supposed to do? Cause you in phase 2 swing like 3 or 4 times. It's no longer. Why am I fat rolling? Never mind. Actually, BB top tier zoner putting the Tekken's Infinite Azure and you're a Gigas. Oh, okay. Except actually any character can do it and there's no timer for the round, so the second someone gets low, they just spam it and run away. Oh, sweetie, you aren't in phase 2 yet? You'll know when you're in phase 2? No, no, no. It's just like Radon. Tail. Shoot, I should have just swung at you. I don't know why I didn't. Got one shot! This is when bleed comes in handy. I ain't gonna bleed nothing. This is a no status effects run. There you go. No brain, no status effect, no magic, no ashes, no hair. I don't know about that hair part, but everything else is right. Swish. Big hammer. Tail. God damn. That's some big ass hitboxes. This is a shake weight run? Huh? Your character is bald unless you changes that. Oh, change that at the mirror. It's a no hair run. I guess you're right. Baldy. Okay. Alright. Morgott. My God. What's wrong with me? You're on the run to save your last hair strand to not look completely bald in the face of KH4 release. You cannot show up at the parking lot fighting for the physical copy of the game bald. So you have to take your last hair strand from the Elden Lord and become the top 1 Sora cosplayer champion of the parking lot. Jesus. I wonder if anybody's actually made, like, a bald drawing of Sora. Oh, they... Alright. Yeah.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
My problem is I can't quite tell when it is that I should be dodging with Morgott, because a lot of his attacks seem to be very similar. At least on startup. I keep thinking that one thing might be another. One way to make a 4-parter emote. You know what we need? Parking lot emote, basically 2 umbrellas fighting. Eesh. Okay. Come on, dude. I really don't like that attack. How Morgott's got the sphere footsies. How dare you try to punish him? What was I thinking? Hey. Thought that was too early, but it's fine, because the position that I was in meant that he didn't hit me. I should have gotten hit there. It's fine. Made up for it. I'm still getting it. I'm getting a little bit of it. Slowly but surely. Putting it together. What's up, Nevik James? Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. My man got the hammer plus frame, spear range footsies, sword frame traps, and Zamasu's sword rain level 1. Okay, Shai, let's make a bet. Will he see phase 2 today? Yes, we will. You don't even need to make a bet. That's an easy loss. He'll reach phase 2. However, will he kill Morgott? That's a good one. Damn it, every time. Fall for it every time. I made a mistake. I'm trying to put together, or trying to see what's what. I have the same problem with Morgott as I did with Margit, where I can't see where his string ends. Morgott might get sloppy, start BMing and lose. Okay. Okay, I've been knifed. It's enjoyable. That's pleasant. Nice dodge. Swords. His string ends precisely the moment after you think he's done. Exactly. Exactly. I predict at least 1,550 death counter before he sees phase 2. Nah. All Morgott does is spam 10 strings and Steven can't adapt. Isn't Tekken? I was gonna say which Tekken character has a sword, and then I remembered Yoshimitsu exists. Never mind. Can't redeem the blind emote, but it should be spammed. I got you. Thanks, Moose. Doing the work that Hotenjin can't do. Dude, why is it so hard for you to swing when I want you to? I didn't, it's fine. I'm not dead. What is this attack? It's fine, it didn't kill me somehow. I'm panicking. I'm panicking real hard, I'm getting real lucky. Nice. That's still punishable. That better not be like... I guess I should have expected something like that, but... I didn't think it would just kill me. Well, he reached it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was wrong. Shoot. I can't believe you thought it would take me another, like, 40 or 50 deaths to get to that. Hey, there's no one to pay. Only doubters in here.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
Didn't even get to touch him. Sorry, Strange. Oops, all doubters. About to show all the doubters what's for. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Turtle shell shield? What? You mean like actually use this shield as a shield? Why would I ever do that? No, I mean on my strength faith build. Oh, okay. Oh, come on. Your attacks are difficult for me to see. The thing that's good, though, he swings his sword so fast that it's not very active, or not in the same place for very long that it'll catch my roll. So even if I mildly mistime it, I'll still be fine. The entire world running a hybrid build and having fun. To some Neanderthal in the meantime, 99 strength is GOAT. Hits his own head. There were a Baki fighting game, who would you make? I don't know anybody in Baki. I don't watch anime. Or read manga. Well, I kind of read manga. I've been reading Kaiji, you know that, but, that's it. That's the only manga I've read, in recent days. The one before that was... Frick. The one before that was Prison School. Which was some real shenanigans. It was good until it ended, and then it was bad. He watches anime secretly. How dare you utter such nonsense? Who else here would be a Chad Doko main? Wish I knew who that character was. I can't tell when you're gonna swing. It's like some things have 10 years, some things are almost immediate. It's too hard to read your patterns. That dude have a gravestone on his back? What the hell? Hey, I heard something about FromSoft finally making another Armored Core game. Are they... actually? shoot. It's really great and all, but can you... Ha! Whoa. Get me away from here. Get me away from you. Okay, wait. That's less punishable now. I don't know if that still does damage continuously in place, but I'm not quite sure I can just stand at his feet and not get hit by it. Considering the fact that he, or it does a geyser where it lands. Dodged the wrong way.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
I wonder if him... I wonder if him going into second phase... I'm wondering how much damage it does. And if it would just one-shot anybody, or if it's just one-shotting me because I have 13 vigor. And I'm wearing the Scar Seal. Did you Morgott good yet? No. I can't say I have. I can get him to second phase, but I can't really kill him. Mostly because I don't know what's in second phase. God. God bless it. I feel like he'll kill him in the next 40 tries, don't let me down, Strange. That's a big maybe, my mans. Also, can you make death counter less transparent? I could barely see him. See it. Oh, I could. The point is, I kind of wanted it transparent. Or decently transparent, but I guess it makes sense if you can barely see it, then I can make it less gray. That's not good. Bro! Actually, wait, hold up. I'd have to look for a different color to change it to, which I'm not too keen on at the moment, but I will. Mostly because I'm not sure what color would fit with this game very well. That was buffered to hell and back. My dodge. Bad face. The ground is the same color in here. Oh. Maybe I could make the death counter like golden. Since most of the things in this game are golden. At least as close to golden as I can get. What I hate is that I try to dodge the sword the first time when he does that attack. I miss it, and then it buffers that for when I'm finally out of hit stun from that first instance. And I'm in hit stun for a solid second and a half, maybe. Morgott, Omen King. I really want to blame that one on frame rate dropping, but I'm not entirely sure that I can. Foolish ambitions successfully rested. I can't wait to find out there's like a third one of these dudes. Oh no, just like Margit came back, Morgott's gonna come back, isn't he? Ooh, what the hell are these guys then? That's what I'm wondering. Nobody answer these questions. Nobody say anything about what I just said. I don't want to know. Whoops. Cool. Cool. You'll see some familiar faces, except for maidens, you'll be maidenless. I'll show you. You'll achieve his true form, Murgle the Murloc. I forgot Murlocs existed. I don't think about Warcraft too much. Alright. Shoot! I didn't think he would hit me with the turnaround. I did not realize he would 360. Why does he think, well, never mind? What? What do I think what? You did that really late, but who cares? I was panicking because I thought that was gonna be slash then hammer, not just big hammer, boom. Why do you say, who are these guys? Why guys? What? What do you mean, why guys? I mean, like, who are Margot and Margit? Morgot and Margit. And then whoever the hell else might show up. What am I supposed to assume that they are? Yeah, kind of deserve that one. I don't deserve that one, though. Or that one. No, I didn't think that one needed to happen. Hmm. God. The hammer attacks are really starting to get to me. Because I'm just... Since there's 3 different attacks that you can do with the hammer, it's really hard to put together which one is the one where he's going to hit me before he actually swings the hammer. And then, if I get hit by the sword one, I end up buffering the hell out of that roll for the next hammer hit, but I don't know if I'll just still roll through the hammer. I might. I think that's semi-consistent, but I'm not sure. To me, the question is, who is this guy? I don't know why you say it in plural, because I assume Morgot and Margit are 2 different beings, because they have 2 different names. Ay, yay. Maybe they're brothers or something. Alright. I'm wondering if having the healing effect is worth it. No, but I don't think having the stagger effect would be worth it either. The healing effect just makes it so that I can get back to the health threshold to activate this charm again. Okay, didn't get the dodge.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Real question is, how is Morgott? Stagger is worth it on Morgott. He staggers pretty easy. Doesn't seem to me. Insert the fact that I'm only using R1s. He skipped a cutscene? No, I didn't. I watched it already. Watched it yesterday. See what I'm talking about? Like, this time he decided sword hammer instead of swinging them both at the same time. But I can't tell the difference. Maybe it's when he's using them? Maybe he'll only do both when he's in a string. But if he's doing it raw, then it's just sword, then hammer. I guess I'll test that. No better time than now. Yeah. Should've stuck close to you. No, he'll just do whatever the hell he feels like, I guess. Question marks. Damn.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
I mean, okay, I guess you didn't pay attention to cutscene. I won't say anything only because you asked. Sure? I mean, I did. I don't know what I could take from that cutscene that would just straight say that Morgott and Margit are the same person, other than the fact that the staff broke into this sword. Like, their outfits and whatnot, but... both. Okay. Damn it!
Foolish ambitions to
Wait, Strange thinks Morgott and Margit are different people. Blind? Alright. More like SpongemanSteven? Huh? Dagger would require him to do jump attacks, and we all know Strange feels about useful things. I mean, I was trying to pay attention to what he said, but he seemed to be going on about all of the Elden Lords. And then I assume what they did, or what they were doing. I don't remember anything, or remember him saying anything about being the same person as Margit.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
I remember Strong refusing the stance change in Nio. Yeah. Only used high stance, didn't use his shirt. Still gotta play Nio 2. Wait, no way, he just picked high stance and never changed, I bet. Yeah. Got through it though? Exactly. And that's what matters. I am Morgott and Margit. He thinks he must say I am Morgott and Margit for Strong to understand. I find it weird. That's... I don't need him to say that verbatim. I just didn't pick that up from what he said. Shoot, I missed time to second dodge. God, I hate both of those attacks. Okay, I think I'm paying attention to the wrong thing when he does that. I think there's a certain stance that he'll go into if he's going to swing both. And then it probably looks slightly different. I think the hammer will be higher if he's going to swing the sword first. It's like ordering a nice club sandwich and only eating the crust. The stance switching system is the main thing the combat is built on. I know. Some bread crust are delicious. Exactly. Still not done. I see. Now you were done. You can turn around. You didn't do that before. Jones really wanted to annoy me. He would do this high stance only thing while using Switchglaive in Nio 2. What is... I don't know what type of weapon that is. I only used hammers in the first game. I don't know if there's like an equivalent in the second. Hammers and axes. Shoot, I meant to dodge the other way. That, okay. I thought I was close enough to not get hit by that, but apparently not. The new weapon in Nio 2. And it's built around doing attacks while switching stances mid-combo. Oh, cool. Nio 2 high stance only gameplay will be fun to watch. Who knows when I'll get around to it. It would be like buying a whole set of screws and screwdrivers and then using an Allen key. Uh, cool. I can't tell what your combo path is gonna be. You're still going. Feel sad Strongs didn't do Nile 1 DLC. Oh, wait, I said I was probably going to, didn't I? But I just didn't have it. My main problem, or the main reason as to why I never played those DLCs for any of the Souls games or Nioh, or most games really, is because money. That's always been the reason. But that DLC is hard as balls. Okay, so you won't attack after that.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
Morgott. Why? Why did I try 2 swings? God.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
I hate that hammer thing. It's just the hammer thing, though. It's mainly the hammer thing, though. Because I just can't tell whether he's doing 1, 2, or just 1... Like, both at the same time. It is. Nioh 1's DLC is pretty good. IMO, it's better than the base game. I really don't know when I'll give it a try. Yeah, shoot those too early. And then I guess if you're within a certain range, then he does that attack. Okay.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Does he have two different attacks that he does after that? One that's quicker and one that's slower? Or am I just not paying enough attention?
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Can't figure it out, dude. I can't figure it out. I can dodge some of the things, but not everything.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
By the time I process that it's the spear in his hand when he does that, I just kind of get hit. Because I pressed my dodge button too late. Like, I'm looking at his other hand and I'm like, wait, what weapon is this? And then I see that it's a spear, and by the time it registers that it's the spear and I need to dodge now, is the time that he just stabs me in the stomach. And I die.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
I have half a mind to go somewhere else. I don't think bashing my head against Morgoth at the moment is, going to accomplish anything. Maybe I'll just look through the capital for the sewer. Okay. All right.
To thy very
I want to say that's a new one, but I think he did do that attack before. First time for phase 2? No, that's the third. It was the third time I got to phase 2. Hence why I knew to back up when he does the big shockwave, the burst. Shoot, I was too close.
these foolish ambitions to rest.
I think Stronger's ambitions are well rested at this point. Definitely. Nah, never mind. If they were, I would have stopped by now. Come on. Whatever.
These foolish ambitions to
Where am I supposed to dodge to avoid that attack? It's not to his left, right? Am I supposed to dodge left or right? Or just straight into him? Don't avoid it? Okay, that's what I did. And guess where we are now? What's your ambitions to rest? Shoot. Dodged too late, and then I dodged too early.
ambitions to rest.
Not this again. Okay. So for that one, it's 3 swings and then a hammer. But that's after he does Sword Rain. That is if he dashes at you with hammer in hand. So then am I just supposed to spam roll? I want to say Morgott seems more consistent than Margit. My only problem is, like, how ambiguous some of his attacks are. Whether or not they're a different attack entirely. Or the one I'm looking for. Wait, is that the same problem that Margit had? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, that hammer is exactly what I'm talking about. The ambiguity of whether or not he's doing 1-2 or 1. And then there's the standard sword slashes, which are a little bit hard to read, but I'm getting a bit of the hang of it. And then... Can't figure out how to make this consistent. I should have died a long time ago. Excuse me. Christ. Maybe he only does dual attacks after certain attacks. That's just all I have to look for. Then when are the only opportunities in which he does 1-2? Neutral and... that it? I think so. Alright. Shoot, dude. Still close enough for a sword to hit me. Alright, so I'm kind of putting it together, maybe. That one definitely felt more consistent than the recent ones. I just didn't get out of the range of swords fast enough. It didn't let me dodge. Alright. Okay, so... Hammer after dagger means 2 hits. Hammer after... whatever the other attack was means 2 hits. Or should I say both? Hammer out of neutral means 1 hit and then another. Hammer out of neutral after swords have been summoned means possibly 4. And hammer. Shoot. One, 2. Might have been greedy. No, it's fine. 1. Hammers. Too early. I'm getting it. Alright. I kinda get the string. I finally figured it out. Dodged the wrong way.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
So why did you do this raw? God. Tried to frickin' dodge it. What's up, homegrown tone? Fight this guy again? Apparently. Been on him for about an hour and a half, maybe 2. Could be worse. Could have been double Crucible night. I was on that one for 3 hours. How was he even here? Didn't you kill him? Good question. I don't really know.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Oh, you beat the formation? Nice. Sure did. Felt really good once the last one finally died. My back's been bothering me a lot lately, guys. I don't know why. He never killed him. Or didn't. You're talking about Margit. It was probably just like his illusion or something. Some sort of astral projection. I don't know how you're supposed to avoid that attack. Because he runs at you, and there's, like, what, 3 or 4 different hitboxes? But then there's also the one that's full body at the end of it. Shadow clone? Yeah. A shadow clone. Avoid these. I'll avoid these just like you avoid setup. Shoot.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Okay. Alright. I know what game I'm playing by now. I can't make any complaints about frame rate. That can't happen. It's no longer valid. I mean, I chose to start the game up knowing it's not very well optimized. Knowing that I'm streaming it and recording it at the same time, and knowing that I'm only on medium graphics settings, of course this was gonna happen. It's my own fault past a certain point. Damn, so many people got folded by that shadow clone. Yeah, and then I'm sure more got folded by this guy. Who's Candace? I don't know who Candace is. No, not a clue. Pretty sure there's some character in Phineas and Ferb or something, I don't know. What creature is the main antagonist in Skyrim? He is a wyvern. Because all the things in Skyrim are wyverns. Cool. Footsies. Footsies. Should I look for the sewer? I should look for the sewer. It's about 6 games for 30 bucks from the developer sale. Pretty good. Which games? Cool. I didn't get to dodge. And then you're gonna do that thing. I didn't get the last dodge for some reason. Alright. That's cool. Broforce, Ruiner, Talos Principle plus DLC, Gris, Downwell, and Ape Out. Ah. Wyvern D's dick in your mouth. Because F you, Stronge. No. No, it doesn't work like that. Definitely doesn't work like that. Talos Principle is a puzzle game, right? Always wanted to try that out. Yeah, I think it's... Actually, I don't know how it plays. I have no idea. I remember seeing it once and being interested. And then there was something that stopped me from buying it, but I don't remember quite what. I'm really glad that did not touch me. Why are you doing this now? See what I'm talking about? It's just the full body. At the end. You didn't do the rest. Why didn't you do the rest? Why are you doing this again? I didn't even know you could. I don't know why I bothered doing that when I could just waited. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing about the sphere. Spear charge. That one is getting to me. Do I just have to dodge into it? Dodge it to the right, maybe? But shouldn't I still just get hit? Do I have to outrun it? Do I have to circle strafe? I'll dodge to the right. I'll try that one first. It's like $4 for just the base game, 9 for base plus DLC, and it's sitting on overwhelmingly positive reviews. Damn, that's decent. I might have to pick that up. Every other game there was $5 or less. Oh shoot. Ay ay ay. Okay, so if he does that, he does hammer. Dodge the strike he does afterwards. Dodge left to do the... Dodge left specifically to avoid that entire string of 4, and then I don't know what to do about the last one. I think I can just dodge it entirely and then get 2 hits. Ask me almost any question. Who's the president of Russia? Oh my god. This one's unblockable, I think. Putin. Wait, I could have just said Vladimir, couldn't I have? Ay, ay, ay. It's over for me, it's not over. I really want to heal. Alright, I'm glad you didn't do anything that I didn't like.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Did he answer? Yeah, I said Vladimir. Got him. Damn it! Homegrown tone, why you gotta snitch on me like this? Putting this dick in your mouth. There's your setup. F you. Oh my god. That's great. Morgot. Frick. What is this? Gave me a math problem? It's 5. No, wait. Sorry, it's 4. 5 minus 2, 3. 3 times 2, 6. 10 minus 6, 4. Why'd you give me a math problem? There goes my shield. Alright. Ay, ay, ay. Controller? There we go. Don't do that to me again. Man, you putting that math problem in the chat made me, like... made me remember how slow I am at math because of how much I second guess whether or not I'm right. Whatever. Never mind. You're gonna say could be worse, could be dead, and then I died. I don't want to fight Morgan anymore. There's the other gargoyle. Hmm. could just look for the sewers. Fortified Manor, first floor, West Capitol Rampart. Let's just go back here. Take the opposite direction. That doesn't lead anywhere but death. Same goes for below the elevator. If I'm not mistaken, that's where I was before. There's a whole lot of stuff I don't really care about. There's this bug and this Crucible Knight. Got him. Barrier of gold. God, but dog? Oh? What did he mean by this? Okay, so I know where I am. Yeah, and then there's a gargoyle. So I was already here. This is the building. There should be perfumers to the left. Or no, a perfumer and then one of these guys. So wherever it is that leads to the sewer... Maybe it's in... the manor? I feel like it wouldn't be. That's where I dropped from. And I got stuck here. Nothing on the other side. This area is you. And you two. Yeah, we gave up for now. Just kind of doing other things. I don't feel like fighting Morgott right now. Strange, I believed in you one time. My god. Training arc. This. Oh, wait, I remember there was one area that I don't think I actually accessed. Avenue balcony. Fuck the seamster. Wait, what? The guy that I got the needle for? No way you're here. Why, if you are? You are. What are you here for? How long have you been here?
Bok the seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
I don't think there's anything that I have that I actually want you to modify.
Oh,
Wait,
please do.
did you
Bok
see
ready
it?
to Master, did you see it? The herb tree. Oh, I don't really have the words for this, but I was so dazzled. I felt something stir in my breast. The Erd tree is waiting for you, Master. I know it, I do. I feel it in my bones. Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
Are you good?
Oh, going, please do be...
You're something else, man. I'm wondering, wait, is the door? No, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. False alarm. What is the deal with this? Is this an illusory wall? Nope. This door. I opened this door a while back and I never fully explored it. Maybe it leads to sewer. I hope. East blood. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, dog. Yo, why are you not dying in one hit? Have you seen my strength? Stop living? This is not the content I expected. My god. My man would actually prefer we sit here for 5 years watching me bash my head into a wall. Only I had a coffin. What? Why? Oh, not you again. Guarding a perfume bottle, huh? For what reason? Can't wait for you to do the funny. Oh, you know what? I hope when Cage 4 comes out, you cannot complete it with Kingdom Key only. I don't think that's very unlikely that that would be the case. I was able to complete even KH3D and Birth by Sleep with the base Keyblades. Like, it's always going to be possible one way or another. Whether or not it's just annoying and difficult is a different thing. Why can't I get on my horse in this place? "4K souls, meaningless to me. Where are you left?" Yeah, I thought so. Soporific grease. What the heck? Smithing stone, that's fine. Hey. This is a little bit... Yeah, that. A little bit that. Oh, and one of your friends buffs you, so you can get a shield. Nice. Man, I really don't like these beasts. How come that one-shot you? Hope there's a grace up here. No, it's an elevator. I'm mostly just surprised that this thing followed me onto the elevator. I didn't really think that that was possible. Because the abductor versions didn't. But I guess that was the other side. Wonder what the deal is with those creatures if they pray. I wonder why do they pray? There's a perfumer. Okay. Ruin. No right ahead, therefore time for turn back. Fire ahead. Can't tell me I don't have the right. KH4 better have a parking lot level. I'm sure it will, considering the fact that you fight in the city. There's gonna be a place with a parking lot. Flamedrake Talisman 1. Sealed by Morgoth, the grace given. Okay. Oh. So that advances in that direction. So wherever the entrance to the sewer is somewhere entirely different. Better hope Morgoth doesn't show up in KH4. I don't know, it's possible. With Disney owning everything, maybe they'll buy FromSoft, and then if they do, I'm sure we'll see Morgoth in KH4. Oh look, the game is literally walling you off. Yeah. How do I get to the sewer? 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 You'd think that the entrance would be anywhere at the lowest point, right? But walking outside the manor and searching in this area just didn't get me anything. So maybe it's just somewhere within the city, whereabouts? Wish I could stop yawning. Wonder why there's a swordstone key in there. Not disappointed. Just kind of wondering. Is there a doorway? Dang it. There's nothing else in here that I care about. Door that's sealed. Wait, there's a graveyard. I forgot about this place. This has to lead to the sewers. Yeah, okay. Guilty Hood. Horse-hooded cloak of olive brown, the garb of those accused of lesser crimes, indicated by the collar of sharpened branches. Hey, rat. Hey, rat. I did not think you would have enough to help to survive a hit. Okay, I was kind of scared that wasn't going to touch you. Golden Rune, Hefty Beast Bones. No, I see you. No, you don't. Okay, so hold up. Crackpot. Another discount crucible. Oh, okay. I'm not fighting you. Why is there another ulcerated tree spirit? Lol, you're right, you ain't fighting it. Why not? Because I don't feel like fighting an ulcerated tree spirit again. This will be like the 5th time. It's just a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. Rats. Hand on the wall. Looking like a fool with your hand on the wall. Rats. Pray at night, stalk at night. They're the rats. String. What the heck am I gonna do with string? Behold up. Poison dart. Oh, that's what you meant. Really hope you are quoting Georgia Dome by Yin Yang Twins. Nope. By ranged battle. With what? Oh. Is there anything else here? There isn't. Song is great. I guess I'll look into it. If I remember. I was quoting Germa and Star with that one video. Throwback for real. Really. I love it when you do this to me. Elden Ring. Always enjoyable when you just crash. It's the third one today. Can't wait for you to crash and then delete my save file with it, and then I just drop you. I'm a connoisseur of mid-2000s trash rap. I haven't heard that name in a long ass time. Wonder what they're up to now. That's something I always wonder about any famous person that was like famous in the early 2000s, but we just don't hear about anymore. Like, what the hell is Britney Spears doing? Or Fergie. Who knows? They probably bought a vineyard and became wine cellars. Mm. Britney booted her dad to the curb. Wait, what? Like she lived with her father and kicked her father out? Any particular reason for this? Ouch. Didn't hear about the... Ouch. Didn't hear about the conservator stuff? No, I didn't. Huge legal battle over him controlling her fortune for the past 2 decades. Oh. Yeesh. Okay, so I know that there's one way that leads to a giant hand, and I don't know how much I actually care about that giant hand. How do you even dispute that in court? Like, she made the money, Lamau? You know, I have no idea. It depends on the age that she was at the time, I would think. I don't know why I'm coming back here when I know the big hand's gonna fall off the wall. You still hit me. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about this. Like, I would imagine the debate becomes, like, is she an age, or is she age enough to be responsible for her own money when it's that much? Something like that. You remember her public mental breakdown? That's when a judge made the father a conservator over her money. Oh, okay. Right. That would make a lot of sense. So left means nothing, so down this way I go. What's up, rat? Be wary of behind. What the hell are you? Message was appraised. Why? Getting really tired of these hands. There's a bug somewhere, but where? I can hear it. Whatever. Seems familiar. Fan daggers. Bird steel dagger. Holy liver tried. Holy proof tried liver. I read a bunch of court filings on it. She claims her father spent millions of dollars on himself, and her own attorney pressured her not to fight him. Oh, what? Okay. She won basically immediately after hiring her own lawyer. That's crazy though, her own attorney was against it. Again, since her dad controlled the money, he hired a lawyer for her. Whoever thought dad's lawyer would take his side. Right, that makes a lot of sense. If, like... That's pretty messed up though, like... You have a kid, that kid becomes famous, that kid has a breakdown publicly, so bad that someone needs to be appointed to control their money. You're the one that does it, and then you now just use that money for yourself rather than actually trying to help out your kid. And then just do whatever you can to make sure that that money doesn't break away from you. That's really stupid. So she had no money at all? No, I'm pretty sure she still had the money, it's just a matter of she didn't, like, have control over it. Not full control, anyway. Threatened to cut her off if she had a kid. What the heck? There's some weird stuff going... Weird stuff her dad would enforce, like he prohibited her from getting pregnant. Oh, okay then. Conservator means if she wants to spend any money, the conservator has to allow it, so her father had full control over how she spent it. Right. Where the heck am I? Oh, okay, I know where I am now. Alright, so then... What the heck? If this is the sewer, like I assume it is, where is the poop guy? I'm still looking for the poop guy. Can't get back up. Maybe there's an illusory wall? What the hell? Someone that I haven't talked to in forever just sent me a message. I assume I can jump down this well. Oh, hey, there's the bug I was hearing. Hey! Cool. These things are kind of gross. Not gonna lie. Ah, shoot. I was pressing buttons on my keyboard because I was responding to that guy who sent me a message. Question marks? You gonna let me type? No, you're not. Alright. Damn, Steven got tick thrown. Yeah. Why did I do that? Okay, so I just need to find my way back to that well. Which shouldn't be that hard. I just gotta jump over this wall. And down this well. I almost jumped straight in. That probably wouldn't have been great. Rune arc. Could this be a depths? Betrayal ahead. Yep. Alright, so I'm pretty certain that I'm where I want to be. But at the same time, I don't really want to be here. There's a whole lot of dead bodies. I can only assume that sooner or later I'm gonna get poisoned. Given that it's a sewer. Need some WD-40. Subterranean shunning grounds. What are we shunning? Oh! One-shotted me. Okay, either way, I think I know now that this is where I need to be. Or at least want to be. Okay, so this is far off from the other place over there. Well, it doesn't go as far down, but yeah, so then it's just still technically counts as the surface. Enter some gross, disgusting place. Hey, at least I know where I want to be, if you say so. Man! You know why I'm here, or do you? Maybe you do. I don't think... Actually, I think knowing why I'm here makes it worse, but don't think about that. I'm here because I'm looking for a guy that eats poop. And apparently is into necrophilia? Question mark? Cannot open from this side. Nice. You're here for poop, you damn fetishist. It has nothing to do with that. I can assure you I do not like the idea of eating poop. Yo, you got some help. Blood-soaked mask and manchettes. I'm so glad they didn't kill me. I just can only hope that they don't follow me. God damn. His name is literally the Dung Eater. Don't deny you want the... Nope. No. Not at all. The time where you try dodging all the enemies you encounter? Think so. Think we finally hit that point. Serpent arrows. Oh, that's another gargoyle. I see. I was gonna fight you. Oh, there's another gargoyle. Hey! You were behind a box. The classic. Yeah. Alright, so what's this way? Is it just nothing? It's just nothing. It's nothing but you. Oh, I've been dunked. Man's dunked me. There are two different ways to go. One of them is down this pathway, and then another one is dropping down through here, through the grate, an open grate. Try the open grate first. A lot of rats. Cool! I'll go that way in a second. Oh. Oh! Great job, Steven. Thanks. Swordstone key. I think I found where I want to be. Because that... Nothing looks more like a sewer than there. Like, this place just looks basically like the dungeons of a castle, but that area looked like an actual sewer. Pipes and all. Preserving boluses. Strange basement looking kind of scuffed. Right, floor to basement. These things exist. When's the last time you cleaned it? Can't remember. What's up with all these slugs? This place is nasty. Okay, that didn't kill me good. No. No, anything but that thing. Please. No. Whoa. Where the hell am I? Wrong full ahead and then let there be a shortcut. Fireproof dried liver. Is the dung eater... It is the dung eater's domain. Of course it would be nasty. Good point. Oh, that's not good. This man just... stranded 900 souls that will never know a family. You mean the souls that I had on me that I don't care about? Or are you talking about the Dung Eater? Get out of the way. Does not open from this side. Oh, okay. So that's where I was before. Meaning that the only way to go is down. So I gotta find back where the fork was, right here. And continue down this way, up to the second hole in the ground. That other hole in the ground just led back to here. I still don't know what's down further. Stay on the side of the grates. Get jump scared by one of the four-armed things that does nothing but do this weird holy magic thing. Then get jump scared by a poop slug. I can only assume... Wait, if this leads back to the same place, then that means that I don't need to fall at all. Run through here. 2 poop slugs. Get jump scared by 2 poop slugs at the same time, and then lose my life for it. I still wish I could equip a lantern to my waist or something. Anything that didn't make me take away a shield. Poop slugs, hole in the ground. Poop slugs, hole in the ground. This is where I died. That means I don't need to fall at all. I did it again. I made the same mistake twice. Insanity is repeating the same mistake and accepting or expecting different results. A waste lantern sure would be a great thing to include in this game. Are you saying that it's not in the game? I don't... Are you saying Bloodborne's good? I don't know what you're going for here. Or are you saying I probably have one and just haven't picked it up? Or just... maybe it's in my inventory and I just haven't equipped it. Alright, now I'm making the same mistake again. You'll never know. Alright. What the hell? Oh, oh, oh. I didn't know that that was mini tree explosion. Here it goes again. Hey, streamer man, remember how I asked you to check out a video on stream on Monday? I think I was kind of away when you were... Ah, shoot. Hold up. You were ending stream and then I kind of forgot, but you can check it out now. It's like 1 minute long. It's a piece from the GG story. That one-shot me. I'm kind of surprised about that. Piece from the GG story, GG Strive story, which I think is hilarious that it exists. And I know I don't want to watch videos on stream, but it's not a spoiler or anything. So how about today? Just remembered. I'm kind of down. There are two things that I wanted to look at. There are two things that I wanted to look at today, and that's one of them was I know that there's new footage for Sonic Frontier, so I was gonna do like a bit of a react thing to that, watch it and then see, hey, this looks pretty cool, or hey, this looks whack. And I guess that can be another thing. Or just something that I add on top of it. It's finally happening. Basic enemies are one-shotting Stronge. Not quite, kind of, but... Can you be backstabbed? I feel like you can't. Wish I just hit you. Okay, so that's an install. And it does that constantly. And don't you dare tell me there's two of you. There are two of you. Wait. Does this just lead back to where I've already been? There's no way. I guess not. I can't tell. Trying to figure that out, but... Trying to remember the orientation... It might. It said shortcut, but... I'm surprised that one shot me, says the man with 8 figure. It's more than 8. Just tell me when you want the link to vid. Although, do you want it in JP or English? English. Maybe I can just ignore you. I can. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I see. That's the door to the... Oh. Okay. Alright. I guess what I'm gonna do right now is run to that door. I'm gonna run to that door, open it, and then, figure out what the hell I want to do from there. I think I'll just stop the stream and then cut the VOD recording and then live react to both the GG Strive story thing and the Sonic Frontier gameplay, I think it is. I don't know if it was gameplay or if it was like a new trailer. Damn it! I didn't jump it! Damn, Steven, he gave you the love tap and it turned into a one tap. Ooh, he's getting to the fun part. I completely forgot what was down there. Excuse me? Yo, Stranger Million dude. No, come on. It's not that... It's not... I want to say that bad, but I wouldn't say that Maximilian dude is bad about what he does. It's just not my cup of tea most of the time. I really like him when he's talking about points with fighting games and, what do you call it? I'm not falling for that again. Points with fighting games and actually playing fighting games. That's great, dear. Oh, okay. That's great, dear. Neither of you gonna look at me? Okay. I mean, whatever. Wait, what? This isn't where I thought I was. Here seems familiar. I rode ahead. This doesn't seem familiar to me at all. Grace Mimic. Where the hell am I? I can't even two-shot the bugs for the ashes anymore. Smithing stones. Oh, okay, maybe that's why I couldn't two-shot it. String. Warming stone. Tried dung. Comfort. Serving buds. Where the heck am I? No, not basilisks! Why are there basilisks? It's the sewer. Why wouldn't there be basilisks? Gotta say, the Blighttown renovation looks kind of modern. I'm gonna be real, I don't want to explore this sewer anymore. This is like an entirely new world, basically. I'll look around here later. Next time. Hopefully I'll be able to take on Morgott after I do that. But, I'm done here for now. Only for now. Only for now. Damn, he fell. Sure did. Well, that's enough of that. You know what? Maybe I'll just... Link me that video. I'll record the, No, I won't. Never mind. I'm gonna look for the Sonic Forces thing. Or talk to my friend that might have it. If he's online. He's not. Oh wait, I can cut the recording for today. At least for Elden Ring.